Good morning and welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Stream every day from now 8 o'clock Central Standard Time until 1500. Every trading day, I should say, until 1500, which is the cash market. This is Central Standard Time. All the times I refer to and that are visible on my charts in the stream here are Central Standard Time. I am a live, real money futures trader. I am not a licensed whiz-bang or, financial advisor or CFT or whatever they call them. So this is not for financial or trade advice. And then there's a disclaimer in the description. However, I do, as I said, I trade live whenever I have a vetted trade present itself. And I do that with Bookmap, which is right here. And this is where I trade live, real-time futures, AMP futures funded account funded by me. It's not a prop account or simulated or anything else. This is real money. Now, and that's why I'm trading micros at this moment, and we'll get into that in a second because it's my process for identifying and verifying a vetted setup. So there's that. What else is there to say here? I stream 1440p. So if it's not clear on your side with YouTube, click the gear button and you can fix that. Again, it's the purpose of this trade is for complete transparency and accountability. I take no trades off of the stream. That's why the stream is so long. It lasts from now at 8 in the morning through the cash close at 1500. Yeah, that's that. So let's look at the let's get going with the pre-market here, and let's look at the numbers or reports. This is IR2, whatever that happened there. This is IRT, by the way. That's my charting platform. And here we have my news sources, two of which are the only two that I really rely on for trading. Economic calendar from investing.com. Now, I prefer this presentation. They've just redesigned the website. I'm a little disappointed about that. It didn't used to be so big. I'm not sure what's up with that, but anyway, this site tracks and reports traditional, conventional economic numbers, reports, the economic calendar. S&P Global, non-farm payroll, FOMC minutes and speeches, that kind of thing. Real, old-fashioned, traditional economic reports. You can filter this for whatever you'd like, wherever you are. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to only track the Nikkei, well, there you go. And you see all these ads flashing all over the place. This is a free version. You can, of course, claim and pay whatever you want, and I'm sure they would be tickled about that. And I guess these ads would go away. My theory here is that I want to keep the stream as accessible to anyone as possible. So I don't mind the ads flashing around. Who cares? The other advantage here is that, for example, we're in earnings season. So we can look at, I think we can. What happened here? We can look at the earnings for the day, the week, the month, whatever you want to do. And there we have them. Next week is going to get pretty hot. We're going to have Microsoft and Meta and Tesla. So on the 28th. So earnings are going to ramp right up. You can also look today, tomorrow, this week, whatever. You can do those filters with either the economic calendar or the earnings stuff. Both of those I like. Another thing that I think is really important here, if you don't know what the S&P Services PMI is all about, you notice how this is a link? You can click that link and you will get an in-depth description who puts that out. This would typically have other data points in here, like a bar chart. That was a bad selection on my part. Sorry about that. You can see all about it, read all about it, learn as much as you care to about any of the reports. Michigan Consumer Sentiment. Let's look at that one. This is a big number, by the way. It's always just 2 stars, but there you are. There's a typical example of how they present this stuff. And if you want to see about University of Michigan number and how they did it in years, and you know what I mean, it's quite comprehensive. But bear in mind, it's for traditional economic reports and numbers. And I'll explain what I mean by that when we look at the second one, which is Financial Juice. It's a newer one. I don't really like the calendar presentation as well, except now it's maybe a little bigger and a little smaller. You can't click on the numbers that I can see. I guess you could do something here. Maybe I've not done that. You can filter all of these for wherever you are, and this also is free. You'll see that there's an ad pop up right there. You go, and that recurs through the day. And the right side over here is more of a squawk box, which is a continual kind of a running dialogue. The reason that I also keep Financial Juice up is they throughout the day will pick up non-traditional economic data points or potential market disruptions and drop them into their calendar. For example, the president signing something or giving a speech, or the secretary of Treasury guy Bissett making a speech. Now, those things are, well, of course, it's the politician's job to do those things. But we've come to recognize in trading, or at least I certainly have, and apparently Financial Juice has as well, that those kinds of anomalies can have a huge impact on our trading day. So I really appreciate that. Let's look now at the pre-market. IRT, Investor RT by Linsoft. This is the micro. These are the micro ES, micro NQ, my micro ES high time frame chart, which I call the micro composite, and this is market profile for just the ES. I don't change this back and forth to be the micro or not. And something that's worth pointing out here, all of my IRT charts, or this is a function in IRT or feature in IRT. The header of every chart shows you the instrument, chart type, periodicity, and the session. So there can be no question. I also track the same tab configuration for the micros, or the minis. Again, instrument, chart type, periodicity, and the session. So let's jump back here to this is the overnight as we sit today. So what the hell has happened here? Well, not much. There's yesterday, RTH, and here's the overnight. Now, here's the open. We were long inventory, balanced, short inventory, adjusted, short inventory. So at this moment, we are slightly short inventory overnight. Pretty much a balanced ETH session. We do have the Michigan number coming out at 9, which can be a little market disruption. So I'm going to assume that we're going to have here, I'm not predicting anything, but I am anticipating that we will have a open auction at the open. There's no real axe to grind here from any of the higher time frame that I can see to adjust inventory. For example, if we've sold way off overnight and those guys have real short, their inventory is really short, what would you expect they're going to do? Well, they're going to have some responsive buying to take profit. Usually, that's not the case today. I'm assuming that we're going to have a balanced open auction. So the micro composite chart, this is my high time frame and where I generally start. This is the RTH session only. Micro. These are daily candles. You can see right there. And wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, which generates then a micro composite VPOC. These red and green lines represent high and low volume nodes in the profile. And these red and green high and low volume nodes push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. The high POC, the high, the low, the all-time high, those things I enter manually into bookmap. And this is the market profile again. We're trading fairly light, I think. Let's look at the about 111% volume for this time of day, looking back 20 days. 2 points average ATR in a 1 minute candle. So, bookmap. Here we go. Now, this is my execution platform, or where I execute these trades. And again, this is AMP. Both of these platforms are running through the AMP account with rhythmic market by order data, real time and live. So here is the overnight. Now you notice Blue Boy over here. This is my extremely sneaky, very expensive proprietary indicator called a vertical line. Obviously, it's none of those things. But it's important to me because it's a visual reference for me to glance left. And if I see that blue line, or Blue Boy as I affectionately refer to him, I know that I have the entire session in view. And that's real important to me to make sure I understand or am in alignment with the context of the session. Okay? So we'll get to the rest of this later, but back to from the right. Let me just say that I try to have all the data points that I think are important to trade right here on the hard right edge of my bookmap presentation or my bookmap app. This is the heat map and the chart, and these are the columns that I find important. This is the dome, of course, or the price ladder, or whatever you want to call that. These are session prices. And this is resting liquidity at any of those prices. These are not transacted orders. This is resting liquidity. There's 270 contracts waiting at the 31 quarter mark. And you see that little liquidity sign right in there, or that bar. The heat map graphically represents with these gradations the resting liquidity in the dome. So there's that. Next we have the high time frame or the micro composite column, where I mentioned that I enter things manually. This was kind of funny to me last night. We've got the gap low from yesterday, we've got the micro composite VPOC, and we've got the naked volume point of control of yesterday, all, and settlement, all at 69.45. So that's going to be a pretty active level, in my opinion. And these are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from IRT to bookmap. Full session volume profile. Started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through 1600 today. It is not the ETH, or extended trading hours, or electronic, whatever you're going to call it. This is the Globex of the full session. RTH session volume profile, which resets one way or another at 8:30 this morning. This is my statistics column, which is pretty important to me. We'll get into that in a minute. And these are the session prices pushed from IRT to Bookmap. I share these session prices. I start pushing them 1,700 on Sunday night continuously through 1,600 Friday. And I'm happy to share this with anybody that could use them. It comes as a CSV link from Google Sheets or Google Drive, and you can plop it in your Cloud Note column or in this indicator or whatever your, your platform of choice is, or just an Excel sheet if you wanted to see them. But it's continuous. About every 30 seconds, you see they'll plot. They'll update over here. There we go. It's just updated. It'll do it again every 30 seconds. And then Bookmap takes a couple of minutes to figure it out. But there you go. So it's important to understand that there's no indicators on my charts or my Bookmap. By that, I mean there's no VWAPs or, moving averages or Fibonacci or all that, MACD, any of that stuff. There are POC, point of control, which there are two. There's a full session, more of a muted yellow, and a brighter yellow, which is for the RTH. The POC is simply nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in that session. That's the important part. So 69.40, the most contracts have traded so far since 1,700 last night in this ETH session, 3,328 contracts. The split second any one of these other prices trades 3,329 contracts, this POC is going to move there. That's all there is to that. The yellow line plots to just give me a visual reference, or anyone a visual reference, where that has been, where that price has been. And that's the same for the RTH session. There's a Globex, VWAP, volume weighted average price, and an RTH volume weighted average price. And there is a mid. We have the rest of the prices here, which are just abbreviations, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious. Overnight high. Now, this IB high and IB low confuse some people because of the naming, I think. It's an old market profile name for initial balance. That's the IB high, and this was, right down here where this green line was the IB low from yesterday, okay? What does that really signify? Nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all there's to it. All right, let's look at the statistics. The first thing I do is determine the statistical open type for today. And that's easy to do also. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, which is where price is trading, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? It's lower than the close. How would that open compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high, and there's the previous RTH low, so it is lower in range at this minute. I changed the column title to reflect the open type. Usually, if I get my fingers going here, wake up, everybody. Lower in range. And why do I do that? Very important to me. Any screen snap, the stream, whatever, I can see that column title and instantly know the relationship with the overnight to the RTH. Pretty important. And the statistics here are entered adjacent to their applicable price level. So the first thing we need to do now is get rid of those boys from yesterday and go figure out our price levels for tomorrow, or for today. Tomorrow, yeah. I'd like to be able to do that. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? So where does that come from? It comes from this IRT study. Study. There was yesterday. Here's lower in range. We've determined this is going to be the open type for today, likely. Could be lower out of range if they drop it down, but there we are. Also very straightforward and simple. Nothing is mysterious. In my trading, it's price level, volume, data, probabilities, or statistics. So the system looks back at the most recent 1,661 trading days. Micros again. Of those days, we opened lower in range 486 of them, which is 29.3%. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.7% of the time. Okay, and where did the overnight mid go? Probably right there. Yep. 82.7. And that's all there is to it. Now we're going to do the next one, which would be the overnight volume point of control at 80.7. Overnight high or low are usually a good one. Previous close is 74.3. Where'd that go? I was here a minute ago. I'm going to say it's right under here, but let's look a little better. 74.3. Stand by one. Now remember that this is a dynamic market. These older session prices, or these older levels like yesterday's close, are not going anyplace. But the new levels are, and perhaps covering them up by migrating. And let's see, previous close is 69.44.75. So that's right under there. And we're going to put this, you see the mid has changed already. Oh, okay. And then I'm going to just go down the list and keep going. One of the ones I want to do is the IB high, which is 70.0, and that's right over here. And I'll tell you why I want to do that. I always put those initials, right? And I do that because, remember the definition, the high or low of the first 1 hour. Well, that is going to immediately change the minute we open. And this flag will no longer be here, and I'll be going, what the hell was that? That's why I do it. And let me do something else that I need to do right now as far as the cadence and the menu of the day, and that is the TLab snap, which is based on this same chart right here. And every day I make a screen snap of this and post it in the TLab to give all the folks over there any numbers that they might want or need, which they don't have the charting to provide. So I won't bore you with looking at that, but that's what I'm going to do. And I'll explain what the TLab is here as soon as I get this part done, because as I said, I'm not Mr. Multitask. So, walking and chewing gum is a big deal for me. Okay, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B. And as I said, every morning I put a post over there, and I will continue to try to keep going with the pre-market here. But just quickly, Tom B is he's a self-proclaimed professional trader with 46 years experience. And I don't mean that sarcastically. I mean, that's his backstory. And I don't have any idea. I haven't known him for 46 years. He doesn't post, trade accounts for 46 years. Do you? I don't either. But I believe him. And I think that he's got a lot to share. I like his philosophies about risk management. He's the guy that basically suggested using this system of a stream and OBS to make a journal and to narrate the market. And I appreciate that. I'm not active in there anymore, particularly because I am busy here. And this is my focus. This is my business. So I'm doing this, which is essentially something suggested from there. But every day I do 2 snaps. I do the report numbers for the day at about 6 o'clock or a little before, and I do that snap at 8:20 every day, just to give those folks a vision. So, if you want, it's free. It's sponsored by Bookmap, of course, but you're not solicited from anything, for anything. So, and I don't recommend any other site, especially at the Bookmap Discord, because it's a Discord site, by the way, and Tom doesn't trade live, nor does he call trade. So there's that. Okay, let's get back to the business at hand here now. Got some statistics in here, but not a lot of them yet. I am sorry about that. I seem to be behind the curve. I will wait to input the okay, the POC, the overnight low is 66.3. That's right. There. Oop. Well, that's not being very nice. That's the overnight low. The overnight high went somewhere. That's 51.9. Again, that's right up here under yesterday's IB high. And let's see, previous RTH high. That could be important. That usually is. Previous low is 53.1. Previous high went somewhere. What am I? 42.2. Well, we've got about a minute and a half, so I better hit the gas here. I'm going to, let's see, previous low, 53.1. That's going to do it for the stats. And of course, you understand they are fixed. Yesterday's RTH high isn't going to go anyplace. So, but I do through the day update them because I want to have accurate data. And we're going to open in a minute. I will set up the Bookmap to be able to trade. After the open, because I don't want to be in the middle of that while we open. Ooh, look at the previous Globex low down here. Why? So, and the reason I'm not worried about the trading functionality of Bookmap, I'm only trading my vetted trades, which at this moment are the initial balance high and low. And we know from the definition that that's not going to be a thing until 9:30. So there's no hurry, there's no rush. That's one of the beautiful parts of, there we go. Boy, that's irritating. Well, that's even worse. What the hell was that? I think my GPU may be taking a dump. I overclocked everything over this past weekend. I may unwind that and see what's happening. I don't want to open Armory Crate here to keep an eye on the temps and stuff because I don't want any more load on the CPU until we get through the open. One of the things I do after the open here is to reset my IRT charting to the daily or the RTH session. That keeps the proper alignment with the value area high and low and the developing value area high and low. Which may seem insignificant, but there's quite a few people that use the levels that I mentioned early in the pre-market. I'm happy to share with anybody for the session prices. And it helps to have I want to have the relationships accurate and as expected. And I also rely on them now. And let me point out, there's the POC from this micro composite based on yesterday, and here we opened. That's as far as we got. Let's save this. Get back to the micros. Same story. All right, let's go over here back to Bookmap. Now, there's the open. There's the low, IB low. There's the IB high, which is not aligned with this flag, but pretty close. It will in a minute, and that's not a bug. I'll talk about that later. It's based on the refresh time you can set with Bookmap. Because the data that drives the flag and the session lines is exported simultaneously from IRT, so it's impossible to have. Now, this is not good here. What the hell is going on? I'm not too happy about that. I may have to open the Armory Crate and see if I see what's going on here. It is Friday. I restart my machines and reboot everything every night, every weekend, update. What's so I'll clean everything out and have a look-see in there as to what's going on. Maybe the cooling fans have given up the ship on the GPU. I don't know. I'm not in the mood to be changing stuff here or in a position to want to do that. The hell am I completely now lost? Yes. So, to trade with Bookmap, pretty important, I guess that would be. You must activate the trade control panel here with this padlock button and select a method you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. You choose chart. The only place you can trade with your mouse is the chart active data column. If you choose the dome, it's the dome columns. And if you choose both, you got them both. The next thing I do every day is activate multi-brackets because that's what I lean on heavily to trade and where I input or apply the risk-neutral methodology to my trading. So the first thing that you need to understand about risk-neutral, the methodology is that it has to be an even number of contracts. This is therefore the lowest package size you can have. The next thing you select is the stop loss in ticks, in my case, for the package. And the way you need to determine this, the first criteria, in my opinion, is your account risk parameters. You know, you don't want to be risking more than you can afford. Let's put it that way. Your goal as a trader, the ultimate bottom line goal as a trader, is to preserve your account and be able to trade tomorrow. Think about that. So once this is established, the first risk neutral scale target is automatic. It's for half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. The minute this is achieved, this T1, you're risk neutral. The worst that you can possibly do is scratch the trade, unless you're a donut and you move your stop away from entry. I also, because of my back testing, utilize Execution Pro now. Excuse me now. And only the break even. So what's going to happen is when price reaches T1, which is 12 ticks, we just set that up, the stop is going to trail up to entry plus a tick. Okay. Now that those are both set, notice that I have all the metrics up here as reflected over here. You don't have to have this up here. You can shut this whole thing off if you want to, but I like it. And I like it for this reason. There's my package size, and I no longer need the trade control panel open. So I can click the button here and get my real estate back. I have all the metrics I need, and I have cancel and close. Now we're ready to trade. We've locked and loaded and ready to go. Once a trade is activated, which I do manually, the break-even scale is automatic, which is at T1, and T2 can be manipulated. Now, there's only two ways I can manipulate price after I'm in a trade, and that is by adjusting my T2 target to a reasonable or a more plausible level. For example, if T2 is right here, and price is moving up, I'd move it up below the overnight low or perhaps the previous RTH high, depending on price action. The stop can only be trailed positively behind price. That's the only acceptable thing I can do in my trade plan. If I were to move my stop away from my entry, that is a major error, and like the 11th commandment. So there you go. Now we can trade. We have most of the statistics in here, and we're taking them out. Bing, bang, boom. Notice that 87. Oh, wait, that's the RTH. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Actually, it's down a tick, but call me, shoot me. Oops, wrong direction. There you go. Now, you notice that the IB low flag is down here. I mean, line or level is here, and the flag is still buried up here. That's what I was speaking about earlier. It's not a bug or an error. It is a functionality of a bookmap. Both the data that drives both of these indicators or levels is exported simultaneously from IRT. But bookmap will only allow me to reset the refresh rate on the cloud note column at 1 minute. So you see how they just caught up. The minute I figured that out, then I don't think about it anymore. I pointed out here, boy, I don't know what is causing that, but that is a whole bunch of no good. I'm going to open Armory Crate and see if I've got some sort of anomaly going on with heat. I'll do it over on IRT. What am I doing here? Hold on. I don't want that. I want this over here. This is Asus motherboard dashboard. Well, we're looking at some CPU heating. I've got a liquid cooler, CPU cooler. As I said, I've turned on overclocking, which I may unwind. Everything else is no heavy utilization. I don't know what the hell's going on. Except that CPU temp is, bumping up against thermal. That's got nothing, should have nothing to do with it, because all of my my monitors here are driven off of D ports, and they are off the GPU. That GPU clock is right. The memory clock is 7500. The GPU clock is 1950. Can that be true? There's all the cores. Huh. Well, I'm going to shut that off to reduce the load and see if it, fingers crossed. I don't know what to tell you. So let's get back to the business at hand here. Oh, that's pretty weird. Yeah, this thing's having an issue. I don't know what to do here. I'm going to just fingers crossed and see what happens. If it takes a dump, have a great weekend. What can I tell you? Shit happens. I don't, it's not a situation where these wires got wiggled loose or something. It's a 4-monitor rack standing. I am on 2 stand-up desks, a 4-monitor rack in front of me, and these two screens are driven definitely from the GPU directly, cabled directly to the monitors, and that comes from my just which is down in a enclosure. Beats the hell out of me. I certainly can't reboot now and change the GPU or something. What's volume doing? Is this 1,000,000 over a gazillion, or what's the deal here? Volume is lower. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll see what we see. Let's see about Blue Boy. There you go. I can't really get down there and into the cabinet and look at those. There's some issue with the GPU fans or something. There for a while, our cat, who was, a pretty clever guy, one of them, I have this thing all protected with microfiber and in an enclosure and all this kind of thing. And he figured out and I couldn't find him one day. And he's laying on top of the computer case where the fan is, one of the major, fans is exhausting because it's all snugly warm. I said, Lucky, the hell out of there. That's when he was a littler guy and could fit through there. Not anymore. Whenever that goes down, I hear the fans spool up. So something's going on with that. I don't know. There's always something in there. Well, there's our open auction. Tested lower, basically POC from IB low from yesterday. Right? There's the IB low hiding in there today. It was also the IB low from yesterday. Remember the little flag there. And if you don't believe me, there's yesterday and here's today. I try to keep the coloring of all this stuff, consistent. Initial balances are green, and POC, developing POC, VPOC is yellow, and the current POC is red, and the VWAPs in the mid and all that stuff. So I just purely for my for my benefit and recognition. Obviously, it doesn't matter to anybody else, but just to throw that out there. Oop. Now remember, we got Michigan the top of the hour. Been a pretty volatile week in terms of craziness at Davos and around. I don't know. They might be pretty happy to just kind of let this let this wind off quietly here today. You never know. So far, they're holding with my anticipated open auction, and it's definitely a outside in. If you've got a mean reversion trade vetted, what do we got? 25. What's our thing? To 40. So we've got about a 15 handle range. That's pretty tight. And not much meat on the bone there when you consider all the levels you got to get through, the obstacles. it's, you know, I guess important to notice that that famous 6945 number I was talking about pre-market has not been revisited yet in the PO in the overnight. What the hell am I talking about? In this current RTH session. And that's right there. Here we are so far. What are we going to do? Trade it down to the low, and are we going to break through it? Interesting here. Let me make sure my charting's going right. The NQ and the ES are diverting. Both balanced, but the ES is looking lower and the NQ seems to be bouncing around. What does that mean? I have no idea. It means just that, I guess. Let's see what I've done over here. Two lot, both. Let me point out something about the Bookmap trade control panel and trading with Bookmap. First of all, you can trade with your mouse or with your keyboard if you want to. You need to set up all the hotkeys, but it's important to know, and you have to have one of these selected or the trade control panel activated, even to use the hotkeys. So it's important to know that if you're going to try to trade with the hotkeys from your keyboard, the computer focus must be on the Bookmap application in order for your, trade signal to be given to the app, and that's to the app, and that's just that's an absolutely normal behavior of any operating system. You can't be doing something on IRT and glance over and see something in Bookmap and type. You can't be working in Excel and expect to be able to type in Word. I mean, it doesn't work. Or whatever app you use. So there's that. And the second thing to be careful of, I believe the reason I've switched from the Bookmap, from the keyboard to the mouse is, I think with Bookmap, especially in the active data column, it's much more accurate and faster trade position. Just me. With the caveat that you better be real careful in this column. If you accidentally are over this little line right here, and that mouse pointer turns to a $sign, and you do any variety of clicking, you'll have an order or a trade on that you didn't expect. So there's that. And of course, that's the voice of experience talking. That's why I'm real keen to have these buttons up here, because when I make a mistake, I can hit that cancel or close all faster than you can imagine. How'd that old guy do that so fast? I think we're okay here, aren't we? I didn't catch the open, but you know what I mean there. I always forget to put that chapter marker in there. I have tried to be as conscientious about the chapter markers because you know, the stream is 7 hours long. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to stand around and listen to all 7 hours of it to find something I want to know about. So I'm conscientious about the chapter mark as best I can, and they're in the description. Once you have 1,000 subscribers, which is a long way off, the book YouTube automatically incorporates the chapter markers into the timeline on the stream. Unfortunately, not anything I'm looking forward to anytime soon, probably. Funny that I don't. That's funny. I don't understand how all this magic stuff works. OBS, YouTube. I mean, I'm not. I get along okay technically, but I'm sure as hell not Lucky Schmucky, whatever his name is. Lucky Palmer or whatever. Pushing that IB high. Just rotating so far. We have the I have no idea what the hell that is. I'm also not sure that it's actually being picked up on the stream. It just keeps fooling around over there. Oh, when monitors go, maybe. I can't believe it's a loose. Oh, maybe. Well, I'm going to have to. It's Friday, so, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm going to wait until the weekend. I'm not going to clamber up here and start trying to do something in the middle of this trading day. Bear in mind that we have the bunch of crap up above us. If you can see everything over here, we've got this is the gap low from yesterday or day before. Naked volume pointer control from yesterday in there. High volume node, which is to be expected. My micro composite VPOC, and that's, I use that very. I emphasize my micro composite because everybody can do them differently. And settlement and the overnight mid, it's like pretty busy intersection there. And there is the Michigan number. I'm assuming good. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's peek. Sentiment final 56.4, 54. So it increased 2.4 points. That's pretty great. Michigan sentiment final. So people are having a bit of a positive attitude. Says inflation. Yeah, these are better looking numbers. Good for them. That's good. That's real good. Nothing is cropped up over here in the unrecognized risk department, so that's a good. That's also good. Why is this not updating automatically as it's supposed to be? There we go. Yeah, it's a relative thing, right? If this is normal and this is, oh my God, this is relative, but it's still way above normal. So it's like any kind of data. You need to really take a moment to assimilate it. We are getting that push higher, which is to be expected. Remember, we've got the previous IB high above us. ETH, this was something. Oh, this was the overnight high, but I couldn't slap it on there. I don't know if I said this yet, but well, I was sick and tired of that. But it's not coming across. This thing blanks out, but it's not coming across. It's just the monitor. I guess it's not the feed. So that helps me narrow that down. Maybe just a goofy wire. Maybe Lucky did get up there. And you been doing some electrical work there, dude? What I was going to say was something to point out that the value area high and low reflect yesterday's RTH auction. The developing value area, wherever it went, high and low, reflect the current auction. There you go. I was kind of a bad little pig with my numbers this morning. I don't know why I can't seem to get all of that pre-market in 30 minutes. It seems, I mean, all of the pre-market prep and setup and everything in 30 minutes. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I'm only in this for the likes and subs, obviously, so that would be really appreciated, and definitely drop something in the chat. Where are you? Who are you? What do you trade? Is this meaningful? Am I full of crap? Do you have a great system that works a lot better? That would be the one I'd be real interested in seeing. I know what I do know what Blue Boy's doing over here. Remember, Blue Boy is just a super secret, very expensive indicator called a vertical line, which I put on the first print of each session so that it can serve as a reference to me. I just glance left, and if I see Blue Boy out here, I know I have the entire session in view. And if you don't believe me, there's the overnight. You know, there's RTH, ETH, RTH. It's just, I'd love to convince you it was a secret deal and that you needed to pay me a lot of money to get at it. But I've got to be honest, this is just a vertical line. Well, there's 9 o'clock come and gone. I hope everybody understands, again, the initial balance high and low. They are just the high and low of the first 1 hour. After the first 1 hour, they no longer move. And a statistic that's been known for donkey's years from the market profile world, I think, or even before. No, probably from the market profile world, because that's where initial balance came from, I think. Becomes active. And that's the first criteria of my vetted trading system. I'm going to stop wiggling the table because it seems like every time I do that, the damn thing, that monitor goes dark. But it's not happening on the stream, so good for me. I guess if it goes out, I can watch the stream and trade off of that. That'd be pretty funny. These are my setup here is a four monitor rack in front of me on this stand-up desk. And then to my left is another stand-up, which has got one vertical monitor for the OBS and stuff, and around the corner is another big monitor for my usual, Outlook and all that stuff, my regular workstation for other life. The top two monitors here on this rack are powered by a third machine that I use to, monitor the stream and stuff, do whatever. And so this monitor and this monitor are two 32-inch 4Ks. So that's what we're looking at here. I hope it's clear and crisp. And by the way, I stream 1440p. So if it's not real crystal clear for on your side, hit the gear button on YouTube and select that quality 1440p. Now the as I was getting around to here, the first rule or element in my vetted initial balance trades is the initial balance statistic, which doesn't happen until 9:30, as I was saying. And what that is, you can see in the statistics study. The most probable statistic in all four open types, looking back 1,662 days or 3,000, however far back you want to go. But this is what I do to kind of keep everything in. Not too much sweat on or strain on the computer. The most probable statistic is the initial balance statistic. You see it right there? Today, it's 98.4%. That's pretty high. That means 2.6 or 1.6% of the time, we will not achieve that statistic. 1.6%. What is this? The statistic is very simple. Remember that it's only active after 9:30 Central Standard Time or wherever you are after the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And what the statistic is based on is that at any point from 9:30 or from the 9:30 Central Standard Time until 1600, which is the cash close. I'm sorry, it's the market close, not the cash close. It's 1500. Market close at 1600. Price will revisit the IB high or the IB low at some point. That's all there is to that statistic. But it's a biggie. Imagine. And now here's the most amazing part. You go, how the hell that's got to hit every time? Well, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's why it's not 100%. About 2 months ago, we had a Friday where we didn't get either one. So there you go. Now, let me point out that it is not 9:30, it's 9:11. So this statistic, this IB high could continue to go up with price. You know, somebody says something, it could go up 20 points. What the hell? Same way with the IB low. What I have done is use that as the first criteria for my vetted trade system, which I only take vetted trades. Here we have an IB VPOC migration. VPOC, remember? Volume weighted or volume POC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in this session. So 3203 is the most contracts we've traded so far in the RTH session. And there you go. It's not any more complicated than that. Based on Bookmap, IRT hasn't moved it yet. Now, is that a delay in the flags, or is that IRT? So we can go look at that in a minute and check. But the system that I will be watching starting at 9:30 is this. And it is the trading system definition, initial balance trades. There are 2 initial balance trades associated with the initial balance high or the initial balance low. So there's basically 4 opportunities. And you see these lines and levels here somewhere. Oh, let's turn that damn thing off. How the hell did I get that on? I hate that damn... That crossbar, I don't even see it. There you go. Okay. The initial balance high and low are... Man, what is going on? Everything break around here or what? I tell you what, I'm about ready to reboot this whole damn thing. This is not having a good day, and I'm at the point of now thinking about what I need to do to reset all of this. And certainly I will be extremely cautious about trading it. Why is this doing all of this noise? I don't know. See how my mouse has turned into a little clicker guy over here, or just a little plus sign? I can't really see it. Let's see if we can get anything out of IRT. Bad news at the ranch, boys and girls. This machine's not having a good day. Or I'm not having a good day or something. Huh. Well, I'm not sure what to do about that, to be honest with you. I'm really not in the mood to Control Alt Delete IRT out of here. That's going to be a god freaking nightmare. But I want to get this shut down and back in business before 9:30 when the initial balance trade can come to pass. I've got everything's working fine with Bookmap and OBS and wait a minute. There we go for a minute. We were okay. Huh. Well, that is just pretty darn disappointing. What I was going to say was be sure you don't try to trade in anticipation of the statistic, but now I can't even get to anything. I'm going to try to restart IRT, but I can't even get over here to get a, oh wait, there we go. There's, okay. There we got it shut off. All right. That's not fun. When it reboots now, it's going to come up with a whole bunch of arguments. I'm going to let it think about it for a minute. Oh, maybe that's part of it. Let it just cook here for a couple of minutes. We still have a few minutes before the initial balance set. And I can tell you right now, just, you know, for the sake of the stream, there's the initial balance high. Here's the initial balance low. That's basically 20 handles in a rotational day. Lots of levels migrating VPOC. I am not excited in any way to participate in this market, especially with, you know, this seemingly technical issues going on with the machines. But I also have a commitment to take any trades which are signaled by the system. So see what happens if we get IRT up in time and get it going. It's starting up without a, usually when it has a ungraceful shutdown, it will throw a, you know, confirm your database and all that kind of stuff. Data queue, let's do a database wizard here and see if that's all okay. What a giant pain in the ass. Well, this is what I'm doing in case you're curious. This is database wizard, and it's you can always watch the progress bar, what's going on over here. And we'll see if we get it back up. And I'm, you know, like I said, I am not driven to do anything. Okay. Now let's see if we have any tabs going on here. Well, so far so good. This is the, of course, the normal. Get rid of the naked volume points of control. It did come up and tag out our POC here, apparently. Yes, okay, that's good. Volume is not really that crazy high, so I'm not sure what's going on. I'm sure I don't like it much. Let's look at the tab for the mini. I don't know whether this is meaningful or not, but at least you see how IRT works in kind of in the background, I guess. Market profile, of course. Well, all right, so there's that. Let's save all of this stuff. It's probably not useful, but, or even necessary, but I'm just crazy enough to think it matters. OCD is a wonderful thing. How about the TLab tab and the statistics? It seems to be okie dokie. Okay, next, and get down to the trading system. That's where we were, I think, when it fell on its head. I didn't have to Control-Alt-Delete on that one. I was able to get the Got this mess down button over here to work. Well, this is not so great here now. The entire trading tab is kaput. So that's just magic. Not really. Wow. Okay, so I will definitely not be doing any trading today until I bring this back together. I don't know whether it's probably more interesting to watch the book map than me. Oh, here we go. Now it's going to think about something. What the hell? Oh, I got it. Okay. What's going on now? It's still struggling over here. And it's completely gotten rid of the RTH or trading tab. Which is just not particularly wonderful. Okay, so just to give you a little insight into my thinking, I'm absolutely not. I have no compulsion to trade, especially when there's a situation like this. What I'm going to do is exit bookmap once again, IRT once again, bring it back up and see if it comes back up sort of normally. While that's happening, you can watch bookmap ticking along over here. Boy, that's disappointing. Son of a gun. What's up with machine? Maybe God, I don't know. Your mind starts zooming, right? Well, we'll see what we get again here. Obviously, I should have each tab backed up or a save as. Now, I'm standing here wondering if I've done that. I'm pretty anal about backing up and, updating and stuff like that. So I'm not really sure how exactly you open a tab, to be honest with you. The tab is open, and I've saved them here, saved the layout. But since it's gone wonky, one of the things with IRT, as near as I'm aware, okay, when it comes up and this tab or this layout is not happening, it won't go back and look for the saved one, near as I know. And I am not in the mood to rebuild that whole tab today. That's just really... Let's see if we can open that. I'll have to Google that, actually. I guess. Definition, chart, quote page, none of those things. I had a couple of quote pages up there all set up and, you know, really disappointing. Huh. Trying to think while I'm standing here, not sounding too stupid as to what the hell, where I might find that saved tab. I don't have that, that's for sure. That's easy, easy to do. This is pretty easy to do. Man, that is disappointing. I mean, I know how to bring up the system, bring up the trigger chart, bring up all that stuff, but my quote pages, which track my V pounds, let me see if what I'm struggling to remember here is somewhere around here. That's gonna piss me off. I don't have that either. Yeah, well, okay. I will. Let's press ahead. First of all, do not, get frantic and feel the need to trade. I am firmly aware of the fact that now the statistic has not been achieved because it's 925. 930 is over here. So we still have an active setup going on. I'm going to go back here. Oop, I don't want that one. I'm sorry. I'm thinking while I'm talking here, and that's disappointing, to say the least. But those guys are okay, so that's pretty good. Man, irritating. Okay. I am trying to look here. Honestly, I'm just, wear my stupidity on my sleeve. I so rarely need to remember to do this. How to open a saved or backed up tab, which has a complete layout. And I save these layouts or save as, right? Shift click. So how do you open a saved as layout? That's pretty crazy. Am I missing one here that I'm not seeing? There's a save as, so that would have, I'm quite sure I've done that. That's pretty stupid, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to stop subjecting you to my stupidity here, and I will, I'm going to figure out what the hell is going on. Maybe. Hmm. Okay, let's see if this does it. If I figure this out, I'll share it. If I don't, I'll be the drunk guy at the end of the bar. It's not one to be very responsive. There's still something going on here, I think. Oh, like this thing. Wait a minute here. Ooh, that's pretty crazy. Needless to say, I am not even remotely thinking about trading at this point because I'm not stupid. You know, I'm not obsessive compulsive and all those kind of things. I'm more concerned with how to fix this. Huh. I have the chart and I have all of those things. That's not, nothing is like that has been lost. But what I'm not getting is where to find that backed up, those backed up, however you put it. That is so weird. How does it, where does that stupid thing save a layout? That is pretty crazy. I don't think I've ever done this, had this happen before, to be honest with you. Maybe. Probably. Must have. I'm just not remembering it. Well, we don't want to do that very bad. Man, this thing is still having a problem thinking over here. Taking forever to do stuff. There's got to be something going on with the machine, I guess. I apologize for that. So I will just continue to monitor this and hope for the best. We haven't taken either one of the initial balance levels. I strongly recommend do not trade towards the statistic. It isn't a statistic yet. We have not taken the initial balance high. Oh, but we're above the VWAP and the mid and the POC, and yeah, we are. And it may go ripping right up through there and take that out, no question about it. It may also drop back down here to the POC and stop you out. What makes more sense? To wait until, if your trade system depends on the statistic, why not wait for the statistic? And this is also the voice of experience talking. I have data that says Don't do that. Huh. Okay. I'm Googling in the background here. I'm trying to anyway. I guess this is the higher power telling me to relax and enjoy Friday, and I love it when she does that. I'm going to hit the music since I'm having a big drama with memory. I might as well just choke it up. Okay. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I don't know what to say. Man. That's a real bad idea. They don't store those all together. You can't. I don't want to rebuild the damn thing. I guess I may have to from the looks of it. From what I'm Googling here, it's not doing me any hidden in the database inside the user's folder, and I was like, no, I don't want that to be the case. And if I want to be able to go there and open the damn thing and back it up. In this case, back it up. What a concept that is, huh? There should be a definition for the whole layout, I would think. Well, anyway, we have not taken the statistic as yet. So let's just hold our breath. I'd say we're probably going to here in a minute. But look at those touches, huh? So there you go. And boy, you knew you were going to get it there. And now you stopped out. And vice versa. Probably going to go through it here. My guess. Man, that is just beyond disappointing. I guess you probably figured that out, huh? Well, boys and girls, this is what happens sometimes. Ooh, look at all these touches over here. Boy, you can bet there's some itchy fingers going crazy now. I can almost hear the mouse clicks clear over here. By the way, we're supposed to be going into some disastrous storm this weekend. So wherever you are, if you're in the States or the northern ones somewhere, I hope everything's okay where you are. I hope everything's okay where we are. This place is prone to have talk big and have any kind of minor weather blow out the power. So let's see what happens. Well, I hate to do this because it's going to screw me up. Wait a minute here. Layouts, there we go. BT. Oh, by the way, we haven't taken, we just took the stat. Okay, there you go. Object manager, layout. Let's see what happens. Look how slow it is. Okay, I'll get you back over to the real. Something's wrong here. This is just not working very well. I've clicked that open and it's just still struggling. So let's see. Let's see what happens. But we did take the statistic right there. Now that would not have included or been mine, and we don't have any of the pullback or continuation levels here because the that's not the backup, and that's the problem. Well, that's irritating. But anyway, I'm going to go back to where I was here and open up some charts and do a couple things, and we'll see what we get. God, I probably need to tell you that that's really disappointing. This thing just seems to be struggling at every turn here, and I'm not sure why, but boy, I don't like that. See what happens here. Had a lot of work in those damn things. That's going to really annoy me if that's all shot in the head. Well, here is the here's the chart and the levels. So they'll be now pushing across the book map in the next little while. We have not taken an A signal. Let me do something here, I think. I hope. No. Now, let me point out to you that how this works. I think I said something about this earlier, but this is not an A signal or the initial balance, the first signal of my system, because it doesn't meet the specific criteria. Yes, it did take the initial balance high, so that statistic has been achieved. We can prove that by jumping over here to the Statistic study, which I hope doesn't fall over. And there you see that it has been achieved. IRT has this cute little way of highlighting the correct open type, but only after 8:30, of course. But you notice how these levels have changed from black text to blue? That highlights every level that's been achieved through the day. Pretty clever. They do, I got to take my hat off to Bill Lynn and specifically Chad Payne. They built quite a thing here. And I'm really tired of that thing flashing off and on. So here we are. Now we may come up and take the A signal now at this level. These are the continuation and pullback zones. Initial balance high. I guess that ought to be obvious. Let's see if, and probably is not, the trading system is on. Oh yeah, you're not liking this, are you, buddy? Okay, I don't want that to be over there particularly. Need to get rid of that stupid thing. So yeah, there's the trade system. There's the chart. I don't have the all important quote pages up here yet. I don't want to rebuild this whole thing, but I guess I'm going to need to. So there we go. Now we didn't, or did we? We should have an A here, and the reason we don't is because this has not got, oh, look at this crap. Some big time wrong here, and I am going to just stop fighting this and stand by. There is an A signal, and I know that because open is below the IB, high close is above the IB, and the previous bar open is below the close, pushing through. Now we are now, get rid of that, we are now at, why is this being so weird? I don't understand this. I apologize, but it's, you know, here we are learning together, right? Not that that's very consoling to y'all, but this is the continuation zone. That would be a B trigger there. If this pulls back to the target or to the trigger zone, that triggers a trade. I'm telling you how this system works. I'm also telling you that the system is not being pushed to this chart, so you're not going to see these signals that I'm talking about over here. And if I wanted to take a trade, it's also not pushing these across, which is pretty irritating. Oh, really? There's nothing there, that's right. Oh, this is, yeah. So this is a pretty broken horse here right now. This is probably gonna, you know, I think if you want me, I'll be the drunk guy at the end of the bar. This is pretty ridiculous. I really don't know what to say. I'm not obviously used to this kind of extravaganza. I'm not getting the levels pushed for the continuation zone and the pullback zones to bookmap because that functionality has gone away on this chart. I'm going to have to redo that. So I'm going to do some serious rebuilding here tomorrow, it looks like. That's just god darned bummer. See if anything is over here. I'm sure it's not. Wow. And I save this stuff, as you see, every day. I mean, countless times through the day. And this thing is not, there's a problem going on with the memory somewhere. I'm double clicking that chart and there we go. And it's not doing anything. There's no trading system down here, which is, okay, I understand that. That's why we won't see any trades taken by the system over here, because this trading system has not been sent to the chart. And that's not what I care about. What I care about right now is the session prices, the export, I should say. I don't see export data here at all. And that's what would need to push those pullback and continuation zones to the bookmap. So this thing is really screwed up a lot. Oh, look at that. There's something. Okay, well, I will stand by and export data. I don't even have any export data in here. Jesus Christ. This is frustrating. I'm glad I haven't had a signal because I'd be really cheesed off. Okay, let's get rid of that. And every time I wiggle the desk, this friggin' monitor takes a dump. That's magic. Let's see something here if I remember right. Okay, it is pushing current values, 250s, okay. Export data. I might as well show you guys how all this stuff works, I guess, if you care. These are where these are pushed. Now I can't show you that because I can't show you the open ones because they're on a different place. So I'll have to do that. I'm not going to do any of that right now. I'm not going to. What happens here, the way this works is export data. Now let me show you again. Might as well go through it slowly, no? This is input file, which means the export from the chart or from IRT to a text template. And then there's an output, which is the text template that pushes it wherever you want it to go. In my case, that's how the session prices, the high and low volume nodes, are all propagated into bookmap. And these are cloud nodes. And typically I have the line indicator over here also brings those cloud notes, the continuation and pullback lines, which come from the backtest environment to bookmap at 9:30. So I'm not going to mess with any of this now, and I will just stand by and be patient and tell Monkey Boy to go play in the backyard. We're pushing across. We have not come back to a trigger in any way, and I hope you could see all of that stuff. So I know, without needing to have those lines, that the trigger is 1 point above and below the IB. I know that we got the A signal right here. I can watch on the chart over here, which doesn't, boy, IRT is really having a problem. I don't know why, but it's not liking this at all. So continuation zone, pullback zone, IB high, trigger zone. So there's the flag, there's A, B, if we have either one of these or any one down to this trigger zone, that's a long. So, and that should be, there should be these signals up here that are putting flags above and below and all this kind of stuff. But that's, I didn't expect it to take a dump at 9:05. And I'm wondering I'm wondering how early the liquor store opens. Jesus, I'm gonna have to go back to drinking. Yes, thinking and drinking. I'm thinking drinking. No. Gosh, that's just irritating as all hell, isn't it? And of course, it makes a liar out of me in front of, this is the stream. How many streams do I go through it? How many? Jesus, I don't even know. It's been going a long time. And this is the first major fall on its head, so I guess I'm doing pretty good. But this is, look at how unreactive this is. Look how jerky it is. There's a big memory problem going on with IRT, I guess. I shouldn't have said that. What I should have said accurately is my IRT instance is not playing well with my machine, memory-wise, apparently. I wouldn't even think about blaming it on IRT. I think it's got to do with my hardware. I need to reboot, and I will do all of that stuff over the weekend. I don't want to blame anything on anybody. I always take full responsibility. This is my stream and and remember, the stream is my virtual journal, so, this is what's happening in my virtual journal in my trading day today. So, yeah, here we are. That was a, this has not been a signal trade. I have no problem with that. And I wouldn't be in the trade. Now, some boys have taken them over here and calling this an IB continuation trade, which it really isn't. You could say this was, but it didn't get to the trigger zone. Now, would have been a lovely trade, and I would have liked to have a good trade to cap the week off, because I have not, but I'm not going to go flailing half-ass at a trade because I want to. So there you are. Well, that is really annoying. And I've got to get to the bottom of those text files and a bunch of stuff, and I'm not gonna. I'm not going to do that in the middle of the session. Huh. Keep trying to put this tab back together, I guess. Look how long that delay is. That's just incredible. There's something going on here that I'm not liking much. Where's the quote page go? Okay. Oh, we're going to come down and get that trigger here in a minute. Down here. Maybe. Well, this is just maximum irritating. By golly. I'll be the first to share that with you. And I can't explain why this is happening, but I guess I've said that enough. This machine has a i9 2900K processor, 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. You know, it shouldn't be doing this. A liquid cooler, Arctic Freeze liquid cooler for the CPU, and a GPU's a 3060 12 gig. That's the lighter. Typically, in my opinion, that's the lighter component. But wow, I'm pretty surprised about all of this, to be honest with you. And needless to say, disappointed. All of this is happening pretty correctly, actually. I need one more of these over here, and I've got this thing pretty much back together, except for the updating the data exports. And I don't know what to think about that. Well, let's back to business a little bit here. No trades, and no trades have been signaled, because if we're looking at this one, this I know without having the system over here, I know that this is the initial balance A, the first trade, the first signal, because it is the signal bar achieves the initial balance with the open below the high, the close. This is for the IB high. The previous bar, open is lower than the close, so that's an A. Boom, boom. Next bar up here into the pullback or the continuation zone. Close up there, that's a B. What we're looking for now is a trigger, which is back down here, and then up it would go. So had one of these gotten to the trigger zone, that would have been a triggered classic textbook signal for my system, or this system, I don't say my system, as defined, and up it would have gone. Besides being a bit embarrassing and a pain in the ass, this drama hasn't cost me any trades. I'm a little bit hesitant. Well, no, I'm not. Let me rephrase that. I'm not particularly hesitant to take a trade if it is signaled, because I am not initiating the trade on IRT. It would be on Bookmap, which has been, you know, blanking off and on. So, yeah. Friday, what can I say? You know, we got a freezing cold ice storm on the way, so that's just exciting, apparently. Well, let's try saving this again. The layout, I guess. God damn. You know, really? Close that. And let's go back here again. This thing seems to be fighting me at every turn, doesn't it? All right, now, do you want to save it now, you pencil neck? Oh, now it's changed the damn name of the thing. I don't want to do that. Oh, there's BT and there's BTU. That's amazing. What the hell do you? Well, what are we getting here? Anything? Nope. It's kind of bizarre. I can't close tab. I seem to be only able to delete it. That's pretty weird. That is really strange. No trades here, and to be honest with you, I would be extremely hesitant to do that. We keep getting VPOC migrations higher. That's a good thing. Boy, that is really crazy. Hmm. Well, it looks like I got a bit of this piece back together. I don't know what this is doing. Okay. Oh, man. I'm not sure. It's probably just me, but seems like this older tab is struggling more. Than the new backup. Because the my book map has a signal, which my IRT does not have yet. I'm not thinking this is a good plan. See how far behind IRT is? The book map? Now, this is where I got hammered the other day. It did one of these and then just suddenly collapsed down to the mid and the VWAP. This would be typically a trigger. Yeah, I'm officially gonna just watch this. I'm not, I think I pretty definitely identify that the book map monitor blocking out is just a loose, probably the power cable in the back, because it's only when I stand away and do not touch the desk, and it's it's okay. IRT falling over is a whole other thing. And now, how many times are we going to tap that IB high? Are we going to go down? And here we go. exactly what happened the other day. Not that I am a fortune teller, but you know. Well, neither one of these, or there's no vetted trade for me anyplace. I've already explained the fact that I hope. I don't think there's probably anybody new here since this thing went AWOL. I don't have the pullback and continuation zones here because IRT fell over. I've brought it back up a bit. And then the bookmap monitor. Jesus. I'm going to bed. I think. And then we have 40 below zero coming or something, supposedly. Now that would be a, what would that be? It would be a B trigger actually, but it's a double bottom down here. Context is up. I'm not going short. And the system isn't doing anything because it's not on the chart. I'm trying to give it as much space as I can to figure out what's going on here. This is a thing you can get in IRT by right-clicking and selecting the show menu. This is the refresh times for indicators and charts. I don't know what the hell is the matter with this thing, to be honest with you. These are all, 2 milliseconds is nothing. if you see some giant number like, 2,000 or something over here, that can give you the these are just chart load times. These are not milliseconds. So these are other charts on the system. So there's no crazy looking thing there. That's pretty weird. Someone's definitely got it hung up. Let's see if it's this one over here. Oh, what the hell is that? Where'd that come from? I don't have that down there. How weird is that? I guess this thing's just doing what it feels like. What it feels like. Is this like some sort of same report? Now this is down there often, and it's turned off and on with this old one here. You see all these different. Oh, this is a really old one. This is a very old tab. I'm gonna have to just basically rebuild this whole thing this weekend, so that's not a pretty picture. What are we doing here? 63, 40 handles wide, 30, 37 handles wide so far today. Well, I guess I have to really figure out how to back these things up and to use them again. I'm pretty sure that none of this was still here. I know I'd gotten rid of these. I'll find a snap of that and make sure what I've got going on there. It's just irritating. Anyway, so it's a Friday, thank goodness. And I've got the weekend to fix this and work on the back test. It's 11:09. Here you are. I hope you're having a more successful day with your platforms and charting and trading than I am. I am very definitely not trading, that's for sure. When this is falling over right, left, and center, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to expose my account to risk with a potential equipment failure. And that's Where the hell did it go? Come on, Panda, don't get crazy. I did. Hmm. $2.69. What, Panda? Come on, please. I'm trying to do something here. cluster at this point. So I'm just going to watch this and be happy that I didn't make a fool of myself and get short or get long. I just keep chopping them up here. Well, I guess I got some of this back to normal, but really disappointed about that. Couple of trades signaled here, taken by the system while I was busy fumbling around finding, rebuilding charts and tabs and stuff. Been trying to do some stuff, looking at fractals, lower highs. I came up with a a filter system, which is I'm going to implement to keep away from the POC, because yesterday I just used my discretion and did not take a trade that was actually signaled because of that, and I have now know how to filter that out. So that's what I'm going to do there. And just do all of this over the weekend. This is not a day that I'm going to trade, unfortunately, as much as I'd like to. I hate ending the week with a couple of limp performance. But I am also not I'm going to recognize the fact that this something's wrong here with my system, and I'm not going to, it's like taking off with one engine missing. You don't do that. Or I should say, I don't try not to do. Okay, no surprise Trump dumps or anything look on the horizon that doesn't appear. Extreme fear in the crypto market. Well, that's good. I hope they all go to hell in a handbasket. So that would have been a mid-flip or who the hell knows? I don't know. They've got different names for so many of these things here. Any one of them would be nice trades, right? There's 45. There's 10 handles right there. But it's not one of my vetted trades, and so if I did that, I would be completely unwinding all the work I've put in. And I would be going against my conditions of the stream. My game here is not to be a gambler or a video gamer or a gunslinger or a wannabe, but a professional. I want to approach trading as my professional, my business. And that's how I approach it. I don't overtrade. I don't FOMO. I don't do any of that stuff. And I only take and trade vetted trades. So now that I have the initial balance trades essentially vetted, I'm going to get some more setups into my playbook because that's important. Just having one is not enough. These are the continuation and pullback zones. Funny, isn't it, how these lines are so powerful? Look at the resistance there. Boom, 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 boom. Of course, that's just crap. These are just lines that I just came up with. Okay, I'm going to use these pullback zone and see how it works out. I've stuck with those, but you know, they're no more. These are no more magical, mysterious lines than Fibonacci, which is just, you know, you draw a line on your chart every 5 or 10 handles and see how many times price reacts to them. It's just, that is called confirmational bias. That's a problem. Not a problem, but that's a function of your monkey mind, right? The human condition. We've evolved or developed or whatever you want to call it over these many thousand years. And with that came a bunch of DNA wiring that kept us alive and well in the way back in the original days, but it doesn't serve us well in trading because it basically goes against everything there is to do with trading, which is FOMO, confirmational bias, like I was just saying, wanting to be right, predicting, being impatient and chasing statistics, that kind of thing. I call it monkey boy, or your monkey mind. You know, Tom B calls it Hyde, like Jekyll and Hyde, and various people. You know, there's a million different analogies, but you get the point. Real random here, and do a refresh download. Then I'm going to I don't know what. I'm going to just stand here and be disappointed about the day, I guess. What do you want? But I'll tell you, I'm not disappointed that I didn't overreact. I know it's my equipment is not functioning properly here, and I'm not going to risk my money. I'm not going to put my account at risk to the market without everything working 100% or as close to it as I can get. And that is part of my trade plan, and I'm proud of that. I wish that I would have been able to take advantage of this trade because this is a structured signal trade to both targets, but it's having problems. It's still trying to download data. Hasn't filled in this mess going on over here. So hasn't backfilled all this. It's still in the process of a download. This would have been great, huh? Would have been a 2-target short. And I'm just going to stand by now. I got that loose monitor power. I have to get a step stool to get up around the back and up to the top of these. I think that's got that taken care of, I think. You know, one thing at a time. Well, let's see what happened to IRT here. Did it finally do its thing? Oh, it's still in progress. It's having a big... What the hell is this? Big problem. By golly. I would think it could be my IT stuff, but Bookmap is chugging along without any trouble, so I think it's specifically related to RT. And I don't see anything going on over there. Might be a function of DTNIQ feed could have some problems with the historical stuff. That might be it. I'm going to shut it off again. And Well, we had the VPOC migrated back down again, but that is the full session, not the RTH. It might follow in suit, but we'll see what happens here if I bring our IRT back up now. Maybe it's decided to play nice. That looks a little better. I tell you, once upon a time, not too distant long ago, I don't know, 5, 6 years or something like that, when I was kind of fed up with all this different charting and trading, and we lived in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for a long time. I stumbled into Tradeovate before it was purchased by Ninja, so all bets are off now. But it was actually a good piece of software, and there was a lot to be said for what in the hell is going on now? There was a lot to be said for just an app, an application, a web app, and it had pretty much all the functionality, and it was you spent more time focusing on trading, I think, than you did on charting this and exporting that and whatever else. I gotta say, I wouldn't touch it now that it's been purchased by Ninja, but they have in my opinion, that I don't like their business model. So. And he got like a couple $100 million or something like that for it. Good for him. A couple of guys that used to be futures traders in Chicago built it, I think. This is the story I heard. And you could tell it was made sense. Had all the right stuff, bracket orders, volume profile, market profile, not like this program X and that kind of stuff they're trying to roll out that's based on TradingView and doesn't do shit. I don't know that PropStep X, which they're all based on Program X, which is a company that used to supply all the stuff to Forex traders, and now they've moved into the futures as well. They put out this one generic platform and the data, and a lot of back office tools that the prop firms and people like, because they can put you in the A book and the B book and all that kind of thing. But it doesn't have, I don't think they had bracket orders. Last time I looked, they didn't even have bracket orders. They didn't have OCO orders. Now, excuse me, who has ever traded and knows anything about trading that would say this is a professional piece of software? We protect our traders. Just crap. And I don't know what's happened over here, but this doesn't look real rosy. Oh, look at there. It's ticking, but it ain't ticking very far. Well, let's see something there. Let's put 5 days, 4 days. View period of 4 days. It seems to be responding okay, so that's pleasing. Try the data. Let's do this one. Let's do a data. I'm just doing stuff if you guys are, I can appreciate this is not very much fun. Typically this stream isn't, action-packed and adrenaline-filled, because that's not how I approach trading, and I don't think that's how you should approach trading if you approach it as a business. Now it should be doing a binary download, blah, blah, blah. Well, that doesn't look very good on the ES, does it? Jesus Christopher Christ. How about the ES? What happened over here? Did that fall apart? No, that's okay. So the ES didn't have a crater. It's just the MES that seems to have. You having a bad hair day. Well, we'll try a download. What is this view period crap here about? Well, I've never seen it do that. Or this. Oh, man. I'll try the data download again. It's definitely got its knickers screwed up somehow or another. It says it's done. There we go. Well, that's looking like improvement. I'll let it finish and then hope for the best. Hope for the best. So I guess we got it done. Sorta, kinda, maybe. Seems like it. Let's save that right away. Quite a bit of volume. Let's see what that looks like. Assuming this is accurate, it's only 94% and 2.75 ATR for 1 minute. I'm about half afraid to look at this one. Well, that opened pretty quick. That was encouraging. Well, there would have been a lovely, there's a scratch, there's a scratch, there's a scratch. There's 2 profit targets. Taken by the system, not by me. I want to be real clear about that one before something else breaks. This trading system is which I've built and I use for backtesting. Only functions on this chart and trades in the IRT simulated environment on purpose. I want to make sure this trading list has 0, and I want to make sure this is on simulation because I don't want to have some goofiness be pushed across to IRT to AMP, which is my real, dollar funded, funded by me with real dollars trading account. The purpose of what I'm doing over here is essentially I've done a substantial amount of backtesting, and these trades that I've taken the last month or so where I replicate what the system does over here on Bookmap is forward testing. Now, unfortunately, the system, which seems to be back up now and okay, was completely upside down. So I wasn't even considering. I wouldn't consider doing something trading, even if I saw the signal, which I did not. 1140. 1140. And in reality, there's no signal there. I'm starting to wonder about these signals because, and I got to admit that with this disrupted data, I'm not holding anything over here responsible, but looking on Bookmap, it says that trade was supposedly 1140. So that's about right there. Well, that's not any good because there is no trigger. The rules are real simple of the trade system. The first rule, or A, is the initial balance statistic. So let's just look at it from here. Price is trading up. This is the initial balance high, initial balance low. Price is trading up. Price takes the initial balance, open below, close above. Previous bar is open is lower than the close. Call that an A. Price comes down. No, that doesn't work either. Price is supposed to come down to enter this pullback or this pullback zone, and then trade up to the trigger zone and go short. Or the other way. A. That's a B. Trigger and long. Now obviously I'm all out of sequence with the way the signals are firing. Here's the perfect first A signal right there. Boom, boom. Then we have a B somewhere. No, we don't. And it took a trade there. So there's something wrong there. This data is up. It can't do what it's got to do with the data upside down, obviously, and that's why this is happening in the simulated environment and not on my live dollar deal. So, what I was trying to show here was how it should happen. And in this case, it should go up here, and this is the continuation zone, and then pull back to the trigger. And trade off. It's a real simple complex. It's the statistic trades above it to the pullback, or below it pulls back to the pullback zone, trades back up towards the statistics for the trigger zone, and then goes off in the direction. That's all. It's only 3 rules, and that's how I like it. Simple. Well, it seems like maybe this stuff is working now. I guess I got it ironed out. Again, still, more, whatever. And the system, and I mean the... yeah, okay, those are pretty understood. In case you're new and are wondering what the hell I'm doing, these are the micro ES. And if you're looking at my stream here, and it is on the Investor RT tab, which is what you see here now, you notice that in the header of every chart is the type of chart, the instrument, the type of chart, the periodicity, and the session. It's a MESH6, 12-tick Renko, Today's session is the RTH, which is 830 to 1600. And that's the same for all of them. And this is the micro NQ and my higher time frame or micro composite chart. Again, for the micro ES. And that's it. That's how it works. Pretty simple. I'm going to step away here and see what kind of trouble I can get into. I got to start preparing for this cold snap that's coming, getting the pipes going and stuff like that. So I'm going to look around. You should take a break every few hours from these trading charts. Get outside, preferably. Look, focus long distance focus. Rest your eyes, get some UV, get some natural light, some fresh air. And I don't typically do anything in the noon hour. It's usually like not productive for me. This is average range. Looking back over percent of average, looking over 20 days. ATR over 1 minute. Well, it seems to have gotten its act together, so I'm happy about that. Well, the system thought it was a good idea to take a trade here. It seems to be working out pretty good. There's 248, and we're a scratch. And I would say probably going to get down here. Now, the system has a end of day rules here. So if we get to 230 before it's either stopped out or hit the profit target, it'll just close out the position. Looks like my my last Hail Mary here with Bookmap and with IRT seems to have worked. Apparently I have a apparently it's got itself together here. That was quite a drama. Sorry about that earlier. Nothing I can do, you know. Technical dramas or technical things. What are you gonna do? So yeah. Well, we know about how I approach trading as a business of probability and statistics. So there's the second target over here. There's T1 there and T2 right there. That was a great trade. Who would have thought? Don't usually have technical drama. And usually I make mistakes myself. And today the machine took over. That was really crazy. I've never saw anything quite like that before. Especially with IRT, it's usually pretty solid. It sometimes gets a little laggy. You see the lags over here because of the memory, I suppose, or the GPUs here. But yeah, I'm gonna we'll see what happens. I was gonna say I'll undo the overclocking over this weekend, but I'll continue to back everything up and be ready for Monday morning at 8 o'clock. Start pushing the session prices at 1,700 on Sunday evening, and they go continuous through 1,600 today. So if anybody would like those, just drop something in the chat, and I'll be happy to hook you up. Anybody's here? I don't know. Probably left. I can't tell anymore. So let's see here. Well, backtesting. I don't take any trades that I have not vetted previous to the trading session. And in this case, that's the initial balance trades. That's what I have developed, this code, these rules, and which I backtest. This is what you see playing out on the charts. This chart, I'm sorry. And this session and the signals up here. This 1 and 180 is telling me that this A is still open. We had an A, we had a B, and we had a trigger, and away she went. So, the theory behind this is you identify a pattern that happens frequently and the specific rules which validate the entry for that pattern or setup. I have 2, initial balance, high continuation, initial balance, high failure. This is what this is. Initial balance low, continuation, initial balance, low, failure. Real simple. And there are only 3 rules. So that's what this system of rules, and I use the word rules because that's what IRT calls them. Trading rules. Trading rules. That's so, there you go. These rules will be validated or checked by the system over each period, depending on how you have it set, and I have the periodicity at 1 minute. So every 1 minute bar, these rules will be validated by the system or the computer, and it will, if a trade is authorized, it'll take the trade like over here. If not, it will just sit there and wait every bar. Now, so the back test then is set up like this. There's 500 days, which is my what I typically back test. And let's do something for fun here. Let's look at this. How many trading days have we gotten so far in January? 1, 5, 10, 15. Let's check 15 days just for fun. Something to do. It's going to evaluate on the ES or the MES, 2 contracts, RTH session only. These rules will be, or these reports will be displayed. Watch this. You're going to be amazed. They are. Took 1 second. Isn't that amazing? It is for me. I mean, computers are great. I don't care what anybody says. So the system evaluated every one of the rules in this trading system here. It went through every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar, which in this case is, where'd it go? 6,045 bars. And it determined that we were going to have 34 trades. There's going to be 14 long, 20 short. And all the rest of these metrics apply. And over here, come on. Of those 34 trades, there were 25 winners, 31.45 average. 5 losers, 11.50 average. Total profit of the system was $728 over these 15 trading days on the MES. Only trading the one setup. Here are each and every one of those 15 trades. And the and the results. So there's first trade, 10 o'clock in the morning, was a short, was a scratch, T1, and a stop. Now this is set up to trade the exact configuration that I have in Bookmap, which is 2 lot, 12 tick stop, 12 tick target, 48 tick T2, but when T1 is achieved, the stop is moved to entry automatically by the system, both sides. Found that to be the most profitable thing to do, which I can show you in the backtesting. And there's the results and the outcome and how the entry and exit and everything for every one of the 15 trades. Up to 14.12 today, the 23rd, when we exited this trade right over here. That's how you can determine. Now, 15 days does not a statistically significant data set or back test make, right? It's only 15 days and 35 trades. You need a minimum of 100 trades, I believe. And I typically always do it for 500 days. Now watch this. How long do you think that might take? Oop. Wrong button, sorry. Boom. Well, it took 8 seconds for the system to trade 498 days, 223,296 bars, and evaluate every one of those rules. It took 1,142 trades, 577 long, 565 short. Made $24,201.25. Here would be again 775 winners, 3482 average win and 110 max, 1282, 2750, 37 consecutive winners in a row and 6 consecutive losers. Isn't that astounding? 8 seconds. This is also the same as before. There's every trade for 1,142 trades. There's every trade. And the entry, the exits, exactly what happened, exactly the times, the price, and the outcome. You can go back and look all you want. I mean, I do go back and review all I want. To confirm those things. That's a proper back test. Then, what I do is I take all that data over here. Now this has been filtered. There's 100 and something rows over here. Each one of these rows is the back test. This happens to be the back test for December. I did this yesterday, 14 days. This is what I did yesterday, just during the stream for example. What I was talking about, that trail to break even, or trail to entry on T1, is why I filtered these like this. So here's how this works. There's obviously the instrument periodicity in 60 seconds or 1 minute bars, and the stops 12, T1 12, T2 48. 2-lot package. When we reach the trigger of 12, when we reach 12 ticks positive, it triggers the trail and it brings the entry to, it brings the stop to entry. That happens to be T1. These are the results, and it shows the best results for the thing. Here is 495 days, 1,108 trades. We just did it a second ago. It was 1,142 trades, right? Because it's been a few days. This was the 10th of January 26. So 10 days ago. See, it's consistent. 23,380. These numbers are consistent, and these are real statistics that you can bank on and trade against, and that's what I'm doing. I'm expecting 750 wins, average 35 win. That's about right. It was 34.10 or 34.80 or something. It was 210 losses. Average loss $15, and 155 scratch. 74.5 win rate, 25.48 loss, obviously. That has to add to 100. Expectancy, R factor, risk reward ratio, profit factor, winners, losers, consecutive. There you go. Those are stats to hang your hat on, and that's what I'm doing. Where I am having a little bit of problem is, as I referred to it earlier, I don't let IRT trade it, which would be the ideal situation, but I don't know exactly how to set that up, and I'm a little bit leery about that, and I don't want it trading that with my money over here on Bookmap. So what I do is, when there is a signal, not opposed except for today, and go back to the stream, you can see all the technical difficulties and why I did not trade. And I never trade when things aren't working right. Technically, if I'm having internet dropping out, or in the case of today, IRT going pear-shaped and having a big problem, I don't trade. So, because it's my money, and I realize that my initial main priority job as a trader is to preserve my account and then to grow it by leaning on the law of large numbers and compounding the account. So when I get a signal over here, I replicate that. I have IRT micro brackets and everything set up. Wow. What's going on here now? I have IRT Execution Pro brings it to break even at 12 ticks. I have multi-brackets, which I use every day. And there's the basic 2-lot risk neutral package, 12 ticks, 48 ticks. So that's always set up. That works automatically over here. All I have to do on this side is the entry, which doesn't happen over here, which isn't controlled by the machine. So when I see the A and the B in the trigger, I manually enter the trade. Sometimes I'm not as good as the computer. Sometimes I guess I might wait a little more and be a little better, but typically the computer and the system is a little more better than I am. But that's the only way I know to do it. So that's where I am. And it's a Friday, and we've got things to mom, but I can see her getting all shop ready over here. So we're going to be going out and doing some shopping, I suppose. And got this big freeze and cold weather and everything coming up. So I've got to think about it. I've got to winterize the house up and outside animals and stuff like that. So I'll do the market wrap and recap at bottom of the hour, and then we'll have the market on close orders at 1450. Remember that every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning the stream starts with the pre-market. So thanks for coming by. Thumbs up and subscribe would be great. Thank you. Always in the chat is welcome. Worth noting, in case you don't know it, see where we're trading back and forth over settlement? That's how the red and green, positive, negative, that's how all of that is determined. It's in relationship to settlement. That's why we're just flopping back and forth. right, daily recap. Here we go. Friday. What a week, huh? Oof. Davos was quite some interesting talks to listen to out of there, I'll tell you. Well, I mentioned early in the pre-market that I expected an open auction, and boy, oh boy, look what we got. That's about as rotational an auction as you're going to get, I think. Not that I'm a soothsayer or a fortune teller, but boy, oh boy, that's 40 handles, basically 63 to 25. Basically a rotational day. So, and you see that the market what we did today. They're not buying the BS, I guess. Maybe. So here we go. What a chop fest, huh? I bet there's a lot of people chopped up with that one, with retail soup being ground up right, left, and center. Those poor folks that can't help themselves from clicking the mouse. And, you know, I say this a lot through the day, but I want to make sure I do again. This stream is my virtual trading journal, and it is absolutely not any intention on my part or goal that this is my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing. If somebody has a better solution or alternative ideas, I'd love to hear about them in the chat. That'd be great. This is what I'm doing, and I'm sharing it openly with anybody and in full detail with full accountability. The stream is so long, it goes from 8 in the morning until 1500 every afternoon, because I have made a commitment to take no trades off of the stream. And they're fully articulated, they're fully described in live real time. So I don't know what else to do as far as accountability and transparency. And all of that's important from my point of view because it's my journal. I can go back and review it and hear exactly, my voiceover is what puts my thinking at the moment into the recording of the stream. So that's the way I know what I was thinking when I see what's happening on the video, on the graph, right? Or the video, yeah, is the audio. So, okay, on we go to the market recap. There we go. That's what it was. Rotational, that's normal. Same way with the NQ, a little bit of a kurtosis at the bottom. Here we are. There's the day. This is all micro. Minis look just the same. Actually, the mini NQ is a little more normal with just these three little different distributions compared to this longer stretch down here. What have we got in terms of volume? That's a good question. We've been holding right around 95, 94, 95% pretty much most of the day that I remember looking. And we're now at 2 points per 1 minute ATR. The micro composite VPOC will probably shift down just a little bit, but it's no dramatic changes. And a little bit light, of course, because it should be about 1.3, 1.1, 1.05. We're going to finish up around 922,000 contracts on the MES. What have we got in store for us next week? Wow. Well, let's look. Investing.com, my premier first news source. Economic calendar, earnings, dividends, etc. You can filter it any way you want, any time zone, whatever, and it's free. Yeah, you can pay them. The ads go away. There you go. My philosophy is to make everything as much as I can free and available here on the stream, that anybody can use the tools. The bookmap, have no control. You got to pay for it. IRT, you got to pay for it. And I'm not going to drop away to something like TradingView or something free because this is my business and I'm doing it as a business. This is not just for the purpose of streaming or, I've got 1 million subscribers and I'm getting paid by YouTube. I'm trading for my livelihood and my business. So here was today. These are economic reports, traditional, normal, understood economic reports. There's no, throughout the day, they don't add Trump is speaking here or something else is going on. These are traditional reports, and you can click on the link of the report and see the detail and the breakdown of it, how many times it's been, the history, etc. There you go. Everything you want to know about the Michigan Sentiment Index and how it's calculated and what the results have been and historical and on and on. Earnings. We are now in earnings season. Here's earnings. Earnings for Sunday is Baker Hughes, Sunday night, and then we've got next week. Going to be some biggies. Wednesday's Microsoft, Meta, Tesla. Those big market caps are going to be hitting in on this coming week. Apple, Visa. So that's going to have some add volatility, and be careful. I don't really like to trade earnings, to be honest with you, but what are you going to do? I didn't have to select this week or next because it's already there. The economic calendar now, that's going to happen next week. Well, Monday we've got durable goods. I've got these filtered, obviously. I've got Canada, America, Japan, and I did have EU in here, but oh yeah, it's still in there. Okay, I was adding kind of a lot of confusion. You can pick any country. It was Zimbabwe if you want to. I mean, you can do whatever. As I said, you can filter it any way you want. Whatever your interest in your trading is. So durable goods is going to be on Monday at 7:30. Tuesday, we've got consumer confidence, 9. Wednesday, Trump speaking at 7:30 in the morning. Now that's unusual that they would have that here but it's obviously been scheduled for quite a while. They don't pick them up through the day as the day progresses, for example, or yesterday till today. And what else do we have? FOMC statement, Fed interest rate. Well, these are major. That's why he's speaking at 7:30, so he can give Powell and the Fed a bunch of crap. I got it. Okay. Interest rate and FOMC statement. Now, these are such high impact events that if you're trading with the real money through a real broker, you will find that your day margin is increased to 25% Tuesday night at 1700 when the RTH opens, and it will remain that way until these numbers are released. So it's going to be through 1300, at least 13 and a quarter, 1315 or something like that on Wednesday. What else we got? Initial jobless Friday. PPI, GDP. Okay, that's next week's reports. Now, the second news source I use is Financial Juice, which has a similar calendar here, but they tend to pick up these events like Trump speaking or something else throughout the day, and that's real handy to me, or the day before. That's I really appreciate that, because they can be very definitely market movers, and to come out of no place as a surprise is a real unfortunate situation. Now, I don't know when so here's the interest rates, and here's the FOMC rate decision, but I don't see Trump speaking here. So sometimes I and lately, do I see it down here? And here's Tesla earnings and Microsoft earnings, and yeah, no. I'll be surprised if that doesn't show up over here. I will also be skeptical of it, but I won't be trading at 7:30 that morning anyway, because of the increase in margin requirement. And it's 7:30 in the morning, and I am trading the initial balance trade, so not a thing for me to worry about. But there you are. And then over here we have also, I'm sorry, you can also filter this any way you want, and it's free, unless I'm sure they'd be happy if you paid them right there. Also, then on this right side is more of a squawk box idea, where they are, they drop things in as the day progresses, which does not happen on investing.com. And in a little while at 1450, we'll have the market on closing balance orders up here. So I think that's a pretty good recap and look ahead for the next week. Again, thanks for coming by. I will be closing the stream down as normal at 1500 this afternoon, and the stream will come back up on Monday morning at 0800 Central Standard Time. If you would like to have access to the session prices pushed continuously from Sunday evening at 1700 through 1600 on Friday, just like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat. Let me know, and I'll hook you up with it. It's real simple. It's just a link that comes from Google, and you can drop it right into your especially prepared link that you can drop right into your cloud note column or your price level column or whatever your charting platform of choice uses. All right. All right, 3 minutes. This market on close. Be interesting. They're up. They've been all over the board from 1.8 billion to the other day was like 23 million or something crazy. So I've never seen so low before, but all over the board. All over the board. And about 30 seconds or so here, we'll have that market on close. Watch for the bump over here. And there you go. A nothing burger. A nothing burger. And there you are. Oh, yeah. See what I mean about low? Sell side 45 million. NASDAQ 100, sell side 248 million. Dow 30, 166 million. Mag 7, 341 million. All sell side. They're probably not too happy about it. And of course, don't forget it's Fed week next week. Rate week. Okay. So we'll just hang on here and remember something that's really important that I try to stress every day. Wait a minute here. What did I do that for? I don't want that. Where did it go? Gotta add this to my permanent chapter marker thing. You need to remember that the most important piece of equipment that you buy or add or have in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. Need to think about that for a minute. We spend so much time and effort and thought and money buying monitors and software and indicators and study, working out vetting software programs and statistics and all this. And think about it. Your eyes take in all of that data, your brain processes all of that data, and you make financial decisions which will affect you, your family, for your life. There's nothing else more important than you taking care of you. I'm sure a good sharp trader. Well, Tom B is a perfect example. He's now in Costa Rica, which he does every year for a couple of months. He's trading with a laptop. And I'm sure he's making good money. I think he finally added an accessory screen that he takes along with him. So he's now got like 2 screens. For the longest time, he just traded on one single screen on a laptop. You don't need to have all of that stuff, but what you need to have is you need to be sharp and ready. You need to be well rested. You need to be well hydrated. You need to not be on emotional tilt. Healthy, fit. We are every morning we go to work in an environment with some of the most highly educated, competent, and massively funded traders come into work with one job in mind, and that's to take as much money out of the market as they can for the company they're working for. And taking that money out of the market means out of your pocket and mine. Because as you remember, I hope you remember, futures is a zero-sum game. Stocks are different because there's a pool of liquidity. There can be more buyers than sellers in stock, for example, or in FedEx or Forex, but not in futures. By the very nature of it, we trade contracts. Requires a buyer and a seller. Impossible to have more of one than the other. And what else does that mean? That means for every buyer, there's a seller, and for every winner, there's a loser. Or for every person who wins the trade, somebody loses the trade. And that's their, it's nothing personal. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about your stops. They care about making money for their firm. Same thing with high frequency traders. So be on your A game. And have a great weekend. Get some rest. Get away from the screens. We got 2 minutes left here, and I'm shutting down. Well, I'm not shutting down, but I will shut down the stream. And boss here has got several things figured out that she wants to do, so that's what we're going to go do. And, I hope if you're anywhere in the States and that you are safe and warm and have a good, come through this storm okay, healthy and ready for Monday morning. Sure, there'll be a lot of folks who won't, and I may be one of them. If I'm not around on Monday, it's because this place is famous for going, lurching from one weather crisis to the next. And though they make a big deal about how wonderful everything is, the grid falls over and this happens and that happens, which doesn't happen any other place I've lived, So we'll see what hopefully not. Hopefully not. But even if the power's up, if the internet's down, well, that's pretty much the end of that. So I look forward to being back online Sunday evening and Monday morning. for the stream. 0800 every trading day. In about a minute now, we're going to shut her down. That's pretty funny. Right back on 45. That's where we closed settlement. Well, you can see left over from yesterday. And there was a there was a, the high volume, I'm sorry, naked volume point of controllers right under here too. There was the POC, there was a gap low from the other day, and there we are in the high volume node, and nobody's moved. Pretty funny. Okay, there you go, 45. Remember to have a great weekend. Have fun, be safe, stay warm. If you're driving in this storm and you're not used to it, then don't. You know, if you're used to it, be careful. And I'll look forward to you rejoining Monday morning. I will be here. I hope you are as well. Thanks a lot. And 1701. Okie dokie.